It is time to do art. Until stream ends. Hello, Paradox. How are you doing? Yes. How is everybody young? I hope y'all are doing well. I'm pretty sure y'all are probably gonna like miss me for the next 10 or so weeks. At least a tiny bit. Because I'll be doing college and stuff. But rest assured, everybody young, that I am going to at least try to get everything done as soon as I am able to, so that I can hopefully, return to streaming sooner. About to head to a break from your own college? Ayy! But yeah. So, we are going to start off with doing the panels. And yeah. No, we losing you to college for like the 7th time since I started streaming. And yes, for the record, I have done on hiatus. This is like my 7th ever college-induced hiatus. This is not the first, and it's definitely not going to be the last. No, I know. But hopefully, like, within the next few years or something, and once I'm able to graduate with a bachelor's degree or something, I no longer have to do these hiatuses anymore. Mr. Luck, you will miss the streams? Yeah. You're gonna miss the Poppy sound alike? Yeah. Unfortunately, it kind of is what it is. But that means that I can return even stronger than before. Because, I'm gonna spend this time just messing around with, like, all of my, streaming assets. And probably, like, have new things that I can use. Your memory can't hold out that long. Oof. I mean, at least for me, it's 10 weeks is not like a super long time. Just be glad it's not 15 weeks of hiatus like I did last year around this time. Well, technically it was more like 14 because during like the very first week of my semester, I had COVID. Your memory dies after a month. Oof. Don't worry, I will, like, I'm gonna try to squeeze at least one stream during the hiatus. Like, probably like at least once. once a month, I'll try to do like, I'll try to at least do one stream. Kind of like just to take my mind off of like college and all that. And the reason why is because I remember like originally when I first did my college-induced hiatus that I originally like I ended up only streaming like once a week on Fridays because that was the one day I did not have any of my scheduled classes, I believe. In fact, during my first ever college-induced hiatus, that was when I actually started making this model that I'm using right now. The model took like 2 years to fully make, like 2. Because I did not really know what I was doing. Like, at all. Because it was my first time ever doing something so big. Something like so, time-consuming. I mean, let's just say that. Like, my Web 2D model took more time than my animation classes. Like, it took longer than my final project for my animation class. But to be entirely fair, my animation class did have a due date that was like set in stone. And if I didn't hit submit it, I'd get a very harsh grade and have to take the class again. Because I think it was one of my required classes for my major because I'm, you know, in graphic design. And of course, hopefully, like, once I, you know, am able to kind of, like, stop having to take these hiatuses, because I will. Like, I'm gonna do the best that I can. Kind of like, between now and the next few years. Like, ideally the next 2 years. To try and, like, get to a point in my classes where I know I can graduate with my degree. It's gonna be a little difficult. And that's mostly because, like, I have to take a class that involves something that I have a learning disability for. I have to do a math class. That's what I wanted to say. That's what I'm trying to imply. Because I most likely have dyscalculia. Which is just fun, isn't it? It is not. I've nearly failed my math classes several times. And back when I was, you know, in high school and middle school. And somehow they still put me in the advanced classes just for math. I mean, I wasn't able to pass them, but they knew I had a math learning disability. So why the hell did they insist on putting me in those classes? At least during my senior year of high school, well, I didn't have to take any math classes because I already took the math class that the senior students usually take in their senior year. Or back when I was a sophomore. But yeah. There is something else too. You know, about that. So, when I was in my in-person classes, well, like, around the time... So, allow me to kind of, like, explain into something. So, back in 2020, of course, there was the whole pandemic. The government essentially... I essentially couldn't really, like, take any of my classes in person for a set period of time. So, because of that, I had to... Like, literally everyone in my class had to take the first semester of all of our classes on Zoom. We couldn't really go in person, so we just ended up going in online. And for, like, the first three quarters of the, you know, school year. And I remember, so, like, essentially, instead of, you know, the traditional 8A and B days, is for the classes that we usually have in high school, which essentially, for those who don't know what those are, essentially you have 4 classes in a day, but you have 8 classes in total. However, to try and maximize the amount of time that you can, you know, will be able to learn the subjects. They have your classes split into A and B. And your classes are your days are separated into A days and B days. In fact, I'm going to make something. So, essentially, let's say, for example, you have math, science, study room, and language. Specifically, a foreign language. And then, on another day, you have... I'm kind of, like, basing this off of, you know, some of my classes that I had in, you know, high school. You have English, social skills, which social skills is just like the class for the disabled students or like those who have IEPs. It's like a study room with an extra but like half of the time you are learning about how to socialize with people. And then you also have so program related and art. So basically, the classes up here, it's like all the classes up here would be considered your A-Day classes, and the classes down here would be considered your B-Day classes. So one day you'd be doing your math and science classes, and your foreign language class, and another day you'd be doing your English class and your social skills class. Or like history, I guess. I completely forgot about history. In fact, I kind of remember my history class from like my very last year of high school, like my senior year. Simply because, so to kind of like explain my schedule during like my B-Day classes. I had 4 classes. The first one was my social skills class, aka the class that all the disabled students who have IEPs go to. I then had my Japanese 4 class, which was combined with the Japanese 3 class because there were only like 6 people in the Japanese 4 class. We all kind of like had our own separate little row of chairs. We had our own 2 rows of chairs to signify us as, you know, the level 4 kids in terms of the Japanese language. And then I had my US history sort of class, which basically was like, we were learning about the government and like how the government works. And then after that, I had my art foundations class as after lunch. And for those who don't know this about me, because it's not really like in my tags on Twitch, I have asthma. So my lungs are subpar in terms of like quality. It's why you'll often hear me like coughing in out some sort of mucus. And that is because I get mucus in my lungs. So, to explain this, my high school had 2 floors. The first floor was like where most of this stuff is. And along with that, so to kind of like explain it, when you enter through the main doors, like, you know, the front desk and stuff, to the right side, you have the cafeteria and the gymnasium. I never went into the gymnasium for classes. Hello, see you. Good evening. I am yapping about stuff. But yeah, so essentially, when you're entering through the front doors of my high school, the first thing you see other than the front desk is, you know, kind of like a common area. I remember, like, during my years of high school, we, you know, like, some of us were able to, like, have our lunches in that area as well. That is something I remember that I did, mostly, like, during my senior year of high school. And then to the left was pretty much where you went for the majority of your classes. And that's also where you could find the clinic. Like, for if you are one of the kids who has to frequently go into the clinic, which I was one of them. Because sometimes I'd go in there to take, like, my Maxalt or some ibuprofen if I was having a migraine, which I frequently have and have pretty much had them for a decade. And actually, let me make a little sketch. So, to kind of like explain this, here is, so for like the part where the classes are taken, you kind of like have like this sort of like thing here. So here is like special ed, aka this is like the part of the school where all of the disabled, like really disabled kids were taught their stuff. So and on both sides of this, you know, like basically the outside parts, you have your, on one side you have the English classes, and on the other side you have your foreign language classes. This hall was where you went if you had like a foreign language like Spanish, French, German, Russian, Chinese, these are Japanese. And on this side was where you had all of your English classes. Mostly like, you know, the English classes were here. And I don't fully remember what happened in like this part, because on both sides of this there were classrooms, but these were probably like also like English or foreign language classrooms. And then you go up the stairs, or like the single elevator if you like have to use mobility aids for whatever reason, if you like broke a foot or something. And it's essentially the same like deal. However, instead of like, so basically the interior of this. Actually, this is probably like... This is like where you take your math classes. This probably also applies to, you know, the first floor too. And like pretty much over here is all the science classes. And then over here is your history. So like all of the history classes. And these had like stairs. Here is it and stuff. And my senior year history class was literally right here. Like, it was literally one of the first classrooms you go to, or that you could see when you enter through the stairs here from the foreign language hall, or the art hall. Which, the art hall over here is mostly just for like where the art kids and theater kids go. So, there was also a bit of a bench here. Let me just briefly sketch that in. And something y'all should know about me is that I hate stairs. And there were like 2 flights of stairs. Here's, you know, from the first floor to the second floor. And I'd like to also mention that because of my IEP, I was allowed to leave classes 5 minutes early. And that was very crucial for when I, you know, went in between my Japanese for her class and my learning about how the government works class. I don't remember the actual name of the class. But every single time I went up these stairs, I would just end up being super winded and exhausted. And there was a bench literally right here. So I would just walk up the stairs and kind of like just go to this bench, sit down, plop my backpack probably like on the other side, and just like catch my breath until the bell rang for all of the classes to change. I hated it. I despised it. And of course, some of you are probably wondering, Skelly, why didn't you take the one elevator that is in the class, in the school campus? Great question. I did not think of it. That, and there was only one. Like, there was only one singular elevator in the entire school. I knew there were some students who used mobility aids. Like, I think there were like a few people in the class, in, you know, the school body who used wheelchairs and shit. That, or those who needed to use crutches. Is whenever they had like broken feet, or legs. But essentially, there were people who I felt that needed the, like, basically they just needed the elevator more than I did. So I was fine with just suffering, I guess. Like, just suffering And with my shitty stamina and just have lots of hugs and condolences. Luckily, I no longer really have to deal with that because my in-person classes from in college. I remember the first in-person class I went to last year for college. They had 2 elevators. Not just 1, but 2. And they were easily seen and from like from where you enter. And I pretty much used those elevators every single day I had classes in person. Like, every Monday and Wednesday I had that class, I would head to there from the elevator after, signing in because I didn't have my school ID at the time. So, yeah. That was basically my experience with, like, stairs in high school. I want to add something more to the frame. I want to add, like, some shading. Because it's looking kind of plain. So, polyline, our beloved polyline. And here's that opacity. And boom! There's more definition now. My nose is being nose-y. And I need to clear my nostrils. Blah. But yeah. Hopefully my, in-person class this year, for this semester, also has stairs. No, not stairs, elevators. I despise stairs with my whole being. Mostly because my endurance is just the shittiest that you were probably ever going to see. Hiccups. Fuck. But yeah. But yeah. Essentially, TLDR, Skelly despises stairs. Because asthma and shitty endurance. Like, I wish I could describe how bad it is. Like, it's on par with my dad's. And combined with the fact that I have asthma from my mom, that means that it's just suffering. Like, on all ends. Because not only are my lungs bad, so is my ability to go upstairs. Because stairs just exhaust me. Like, if I ever, like, hear someone complaining about stairs, there's, like, especially if it's due to, like, something mobility related, I'm just gonna be like, hell yeah, I hate stairs too. Fuck those stairs. And that is because I have a vendetta against the stairs. Stairs I hate. I just had to do the Yoda voice. Apologies to everyone who despises Star Wars, but I must meme. But yeah. Essentially, just if you are disabled in any shape or form, in a way that affects your, like, physical body, yeah, like, not just the brain, you likely despise chairs with all your being, you know, as well. Or at least you find them annoying as hell to deal with. Like, at the very least, they're somewhat inconvenient, but at the worst, you despise them with your entire being. Like, if I could, I'd change into, like, all of the, you know, stairs in the world into ramps. That, you know, can be more, that's more accessible. Essentially, just instead of having to deal with the stairs all the time, you deal with ramps. Isn't that wonderful? I'm personally biased for ramps specifically because, you know, they're easier on, you know, my knees compared to, like, you know, stairs. Unfortunately, some places forget that disabled people exist, just I guess. And they just don't really have any options for disabled people. You know, like, alternate means of, you know, transportation that are just the stairs. So you have to be awkwardly, like, pulled up the stairs. Because through whatever means is required. It's just probably embarrassing as shit for, like, anyone to experience. But yeah. That is, of course, one of the many things that can be annoying about being disabled in a world that isn't really made for disabled people. Well, unfortunately. Just like having to endure possibly not being able to go to a place because you just can't really handle stairs all that well. But I'm going to do an intermission briefly because I need to use the bathroom. A little bad. So I'm gonna return in a few minutes. Then we can finish doing the hand and really get started on the kitty. I'll be back in like a few minutes. Mayak! Eborinyang. Utanyang. But yeah. It is time to return to this. I'm going to add a little bit of blush to the hands. Of course, the opacity is going to be taken down a little notch. Of course, once it's done, that is. And now, polyline. Shall be used. And blur. Blow it all. And this is simply for the sake of rendering. Also, by the way, last night I caved and installed Marvel Rivals. Simply because I learned that the voice actor for Jeff the Land Shark is Soundwave in Transformers 1. I already knew that Wolverine, his voice actor, Steve Blum, was, Starscream in Transformers Prime and Earthspark, along with Heatwave in Rescue-Bot and Dead End in Cyberverse. I already knew that. And he did play Wolverine in like, I don't know which one, but he played Wolverine in one of them. Maybe it was the X-Men cartoon in the 90s. I don't know. Who though? But yeah. I haven't opened up Marvel Rivals though. Partially because it was like very late at night when I decided to install it. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to stream Marvel Rivals though, because there's probably like a whole lot of people already playing the game on stream. So my stream is just gonna end up being like drowned out. I'm probably gonna save it as like an off-stream sort of thing. Maybe, just something that I just do to myself. Of course. That and because I feel like a lot of like the games that I play as like a streamer and that I stream tend to be more along the cozy kind. Like, most of my stream, the games I stream, tend to lean towards the cozy aspect of stuff. And not like, you know, other things. But essentially, I just think that kind of like, you know, if I am to ever stream myself play Marvel Rivals, it's going to be if I'm collabing with someone. Like, unless it's a collab, I'm probably not going to, like, do any, like, multiplayer games that are, like, designed specifically to be multiplayer. I'm making this cat very squished. Yo, just squish. They must be squish. And the tail goes there, then goes here, and another goes there. And like, maybe some like little paw action over here. So I just realized that I'm not using my sketching pen. So there we go. Essentially, I want to make this cat a little fluffy. Maybe I should, like, fuck. Maybe I should, like, grab a picture of Onji. My little sprangy. To, like, add to, like, reference for the fluffies. This is probably going to be like the little kitty that is like shown in like the t-shirt of, you know, my 2.0 was design right now. Of course, I might just make the kitty a little calico. You know, kind of like the cat that represents chat. In fact, I feel like kind of like giving y'all a nickname because hold on. I feel like just calling y'all chat repeatedly gets a little dull. Well, I think. So I was thinking of like giving y'all some kind of like nickname to like really make y'all a little unique when observing me. Like in my head, when like last night when I was like thinking about it, I was kind of like thinking of meow pokes. Because, you know, I'm not sure why, but I know that, you know, in Stardew Valley, which is like the game I was streaming when I decided to become a VTuber, you know, there's a little mouse. It refers to you as like poke, or like cowpoke, I think. I think there's an achievement that has cowpoke as the name too. Let me check. Yep, it's cowpoke. It is like... Apparently I'm like halfway through all these Stardew Valley achievements. I should probably play it again. And like after... Or, you know... I debut my new model and stuff. But yeah, I was kind of like thinking of giving y'all a nickname to really feel like make y'all a true community. Like, from my experience, sometimes like streamers give their chat like specific names. Like, for example, for Shoto, for the people who follow him, they are the guildies. Because he's kind of like meant to be like a bit of an adventurer / demon hunter. And of course, I'm not really sure or what other VTubers like refer to their audience as. But I just feel like I should give y'all like a little nickname too. Like a little affectionate little nickname. That y'all can use to signify yourselves as the community. And I was just thinking, like, why not just call y'all meow pokes? Even though I am in no way related to cowboys. Like, I am not a cowboy VTuber. I think that's pretty apparent from my design. Like, I think it's pretty obvious that I am, you know, not a cowboy, or a cowgirl, or a cowpoke. I am no buckaroo. I am no vaquero. Like, at all. I just think it would be a little funny to just call y'all meowpokes. Also because it's kind of fun to say. You know, meowpoke, meowpoke. Because, you know, I feel like I can, like, add a new role to the Discord that, you know, is for specifically y'all. Where it is, you know, the meowpokes. I know for, like, one of the streamers that I interact with a lot, he has a role for literally all of us called the Circus Freaks. Because he is, you know, a clown VTuber. Technically, he is a ringmaster, but we just refer to him as the Clown Man. Said Clown Man is often the victim of my Transformers hyperfixation. He knows that I am a very simple creature. Also, I do kind of like... In my opinion, I consider him to be like a brother. Or like a VTuber brother. Or like, not in a way that we share an art mama or a rigging papa. But as like... He is just a brother figure to me. Would that be considered parasocial? Like, considering another VTuber as like a sibling figure be considered parasocial? Especially if you like frequently inflict memes upon them. Also, I often inflict Infinity Nikki codes upon him. And because, you know, he also plays Infinity Nikki. So I've just been sharing the code with him. Because I don't think he is in the Infinity Nikki's official Discord server. At all. So I just inflict him with those codes. Oh, because I, you know, feel like it. In fact, I haven't even redeemed any of the new codes. I should probably do that later today. Once I'm done streaming and all that. It's gonna be a little difficult transitioning from, you know, not streaming to having to focus on, you know, classes and stuff. Like, it's gonna be a little difficult, let's just say. At least in my case. Because I've literally been streaming, you know, for like several months as of now. Like, I, you know, streamed more than I actually did in my classes because my classes is, you know, last semester were only like 7 weeks long. So it's gonna take a little bit for me to like get back into the swing of things in terms of like getting back into the rhythm of doing assignments and all that. But I know I can probably like have love myself. there, like, a month or so ago, I bought Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions, which is kind of like meant to help you with like getting tasks done. I plan on likely using that in order to like help me with like getting assignments done. But also, something like sometime last night, I remember stumbling upon a screenshot of a Tumblr post on Pinterest, as you know, about ADHD. And the OP was kind of like mentioning how they were taught things wrong. And one of those things was give yourself a little treat before getting started on a task. And I'm here just like, oh. So that's why I've been kind of struggling with getting assignments done. And then started. Well, mostly just like getting started on them. Usually once I, get into the rhythm of things, I can get them done. It's just I have to start on them. And that is usually the hardest part, for me, as someone with ADHD. So, I feel like, I can probably like, depending on what it is, like, if I have time, I can probably like work on something that I want to work on first. Like, before I decide to, move along with, whatever the hell I need to work on that day. Like, for example, just do a little bit of drawing before I start doing an assignment and that is not related to drawing at all. So that, the dopamine can carry me through after, like, kind of, like, starting on the task. Because, like, I feel like that's probably, like, the best way that I'll be able to, like, get myself to do something. On time. Like, start off doing a little bit of something I really want to do. And then have the dopamine from that task I wanted to do and enjoy doing carry me through to doing the thing that I don't really want to do, but I have to do. Like, giving myself a little treat. And I, have just a whole bunch of Werther's originals. In fact, I probably need to, like, put some of them into my, little, capato. Oh, in here. Because, the Werther's originals have kind of, like, carried me through all of my school experiences. Like, it's helped me with like, having an extra sensory input while I'm doing some kind of task helps me do that task. Like, sometimes in order to do a task, you need to participate in sensory seeking behaviors. Like, for example, listening to music, which is what I do during my art streams and, you know, my writing streams. That kind of like has helped me a lot. With like you know, getting stuff done. Like, I literally have a playlist on I literally have a playlist just called Get Pavlov's Idiot. And it's just full of like video game OSTs and stuff. It's not the stuff I listen to while I'm live streaming. Not at all. It's instead the, you know, stuff I listen to when I'm like doing assignments. So like, one of the things in there is the Scarlet Nexus, the soundtrack. Which, I love Scarlet Nexus, hack and slash my beloved. But I haven't really played it since like last year or 2 years ago. And I really need to like go through with the story. But I think I'm gonna like try and finish it after, you know, I am done with like college and stuff. So I'm kind of basing this little kitty off of My Little Sponge, aka Onji. That, and because I wanted to kind of like give her like some unique traits. I wanted to give her a little extra bit of fur. Her patterns. So yeah. Right now I'm just like figuring her out. He should have taken a picture of Onji's his paws. As for this. Just like, I kind of wanted to give this little kitty, you know, a bit of unique characteristics. And of course, I'm gonna give her a orpal belly. No, just give her a little bit of definition. So yeah. The thing is, I wanted to, you know, get this stuff done. Stuff up at work. What? Hope you enjoy getting stuff done. And enjoy your lurk. And now we do our OTs. Bum ba da bum. So... I want. But yeah, I am working on the panels. I also plan on, doing some work on the emojis. He's like, after I'm done making the panels. Essentially, today is a day where I am going to try and rapid fire work on stuff. Like the panels. But the panels are pretty much done. I just need to do a little bit of shading. So... yeah. But, yeah. Once I am, all done with all of this, it'll be, hiatus time. It'll be the 7th time I'm going to be going through a college-induced hiatus. I've done this 6 times before, indeed. But yeah, I'm probably going to work a little bit on all of this stuff. And, so for the raid alert, as it's going to be, a little more animated, as in I'm actually going to be animating it frame by frame, I don't think I'm going to work on it too much today. I'd probably add some extra frame sketches and all that, some in-betweens. Just for what the animation is gonna look like. And I'm going to try and streamline the process as much as I can. For example, I'm probably going to have the head shape be the same throughout all of the frames. It's just going to be moved a little bit with the movement of the rest of the body. And the body is also going to remain the same. It's just going to be, moving with the rest of the, movement, I guess. But yeah. So during the hiatus, as that is going to be happening for like 10 weeks, I'm probably going to like work on the animated parts of the, like, all this, you know, assets that require animation, and during that time, or at least get started on some blocking of the movement or and stuff, like storyboarding them. Like, it's probably going to be like simple chibis animations, because I haven't really done any proper animation in years. Like, it's been at least 2 years since I really made an animation into completion. But, yeah. This is pretty much done. Now I can cross that out of my art stream to-dos. Also, the pen I've been using to write these to-dos is getting lower and lower in ink. So eventually I will end up needing to like either replace the cartridge if I'm able to, or like just throw it away. Or like, and like swap it with another one. So I have roughly like, so on the agenda for today, other than, you know, this panel base, I have my 2 alerts and 3 emotes. Just allow me to grab some of them. So the first one is, well, this isn't the first one. The first one is the tee-hee, which is right now just in gesture jail. The second is the sip emote. And the third one is the stare. Like, you know, neurons activated kind of stare. So, I think I'm going to start with the sippy emote, as that is kind of like the emote that is, you know, closest to being done. So, something I'm kind of like thinking of for, you know, like possible things to add to my model is like a goblet. You know, like holding goblet toggle. And essentially it's like, or like a wine glass or something along those lines. And I know y'all hear the wine part of the wine glass and think, oh god, is it gonna be filled with alcohol? Nope. I already learned my lesson with alcohol and Adderall. It's gonna be filled with either water or chocolate milk. Those are the 2 liquids that are possibly going to be in the goblet. Also, there is something that a lot of VTubers use that's called TITS, or just tits. It's basically just a way for you to like just whack your streamers with random low poly objects or like PNGs. For me, I'm probably going to like have it activate when anyone mentions like Transformers. Or like maybe have like a command, like a few commands, so that y'all can like just throw stuff at me. For, you know, the sake of content. And once I get to affiliate, there will be a redeem for you, for y'all to throw Transformers plushies at me. Or like some other things, like maybe if I ever like make actual plushies of some of my characters, I'll make like transparent PNGs of those, and y'all can eat those at me. So like, for example, Patchouli is probably like the story of Patchouli's Revenge. If I ever end up with like actual merch of that story, and any of the merch involves like plushies, I can probably like use like some sort of light box for like the photos, and then I can like edit it so that it's just a plushie on a transparent background. I can save that as a PNG and then add it to the tits protocol. And then y'all can just yeet a bunch of Patchoulis at me. Of course, the plushies all hinge on whether or not kind of like depend on how successful Patchouli's Revenge ends up being. Like, if I ever make like a Kickstarter for getting it published or anything, like either publishing the story as a novel or like something else, like if I ever make the game, I'm probably going to like, once I get to a point where I know I can, you know, complete it even if the Kickstarter fails, I can probably like have one incentive be like, you know, plushies of the characters. Like, for example, if you want a plush of the protagonist, is Patchouli, you can contribute to the Kickstarter or like any, like the crowdfunding campaign, and essentially. And you know, if the crowdfunding fails, I'll probably like try to refund everyone, because, you know, probably like actually might like make some sort of like option, like if this Kickstarter fails, you want to have a refund of your money for whatever you contributed into said Kickstarter, or in like the thing that you can choose, in case you just want you want your money back if the Kickstarter fails. Of course, there might be people who just like don't really care, and you know, probably know that even if the Kickstarter fails, the project is still going to be worked on. It's just the Kickstarter is just going to add some bells and whistles to it, like some voice acting, I suppose. However, because of, the size of the game, I know it's very unlikely that I'm ever going to get, like, any real super professional voice actors. I probably need to, like, peruse the interwebs and, like, YouTube and stuff for, like, people who do comic dubs and stuff. And, like, list their names down and, like, figure out, like, if I ever, like, incorporate voice acting into the game of Patchley's Revenge, like, who will I likely end up hiring to do the voice acting for the game? Of course, that mostly hinges on if I have the budget. Like, probably having, like, a certain Kickstarter reward be, like a certain tier of it. Probably, like, if it gets to, like, $10,000, be, like, between $5,000 and $10,000 for the Kickstarter, or for the story. Need to include voice acting. Like, have all of the lines be voiced by professional voice actors. And, or at least those who kind of like want to get started with something more professional. I'm gonna give them all of the lines. And I'm probably also going to give, like, them, like, emotional context, and just, I probably need to set up documents for the voice actors for when they're preparing for the role. Like, have the characters be explained to them in those documents and what their motivations are. Like, it's probably not going to be like 90 pages of lore and stuff, but it's going to at least be something. Along those lines. Like, at least like 10 or so pages is per character. So, like, especially for Patchley, I kind of, like, want to make sure that her story is, like, her character and stuff is incredibly fleshed out. And, like, I doubt that I'm going to be able to get, like, very well-known voice actors in the video game sphere to, like, possibly ever hear voice for any of the characters in my story. Unless, of course, they reach out to me and ask, So if they can like do some of the voice work for the characters for me. And of course, that is partially why I plan on doing a Kickstarter. It's so that I can like properly compensate all of the voice actors and stuff. I'm probably going to like try and pay them per line. Like at the very minimum, $25 to $50 per line is probably what I'm going to set it up with. Or whatever the minimum amount of money is per line they voice. Like, I'm going to try to either match it or exceed it, depending on how much money I have for the Kickstarter. Or like from the Kickstarter. Or you know. I don't want to be like too stingy with them. And because I know they are, you know, offering a service, I am paying for their service. And if I'm gonna pay for their service, I might as well pay for that service to the best of my ability. So yeah, if Pagelli's Revenge ever ends up being a game with like full-on voice acting, you know, I'm going to try and have all of the characters be voiced by people who I am paying very well to voice these characters. And there's going to be quite a few characters in the story, so, you know, I'm gonna have to shell a lot of money and funding in order to like have all of the characters be voiced. I might even like have certain characters share a voice actor. You know, if I like feel like a certain person, his voice is suitable for more than just one character. Like, if for example, I feel like they both fit Patchley and one of the clergy members, I'm probably going to ask them if they can also, you know, voice that other character. So I don't have to like constantly find individual voice actors for all of the voices is for all of the characters. I can just pay a few in order to like do certain characters. Like have like probably like 2 characters per voice actor. Like have if like there is like one character who is like significant to the story and is shown a lot, they're probably also going to be share a voice actor with someone who is probably like only has one line in the story. And that's mostly so I don't have to like make every single character in the story have an individual voice actor. Like, I'm gonna try to cut the corners where I know I can without sacrificing the quality of the story. And, you know, everything, pretty much. So, if I, you know, have like, so there's like, there are of course there are 6 main characters for like all of the arcs. And there's of course Linnea. She also counts a bit as one of the major characters. There's 2, I suppose. But essentially, the main thing I want to try and do for all of my characters in the story is to, like, try and have them, like, probably have at least 1 voice actor per 2 characters. So, for example, like, especially since there's not a lot of guy characters in the story that are like major significant to, you know, the whole plot lines and stuff, I can probably like do a bit of like shortcuts and stuff with the like, you know, story with, you know, those characters. Like, I could probably afford to not have as many male voice actors compared to like female voice actors. Like, you know, I can kind of like sacrifice not having a lot of like male character or actors, and just have a lot more female voice actors. Just in, you know, the game. And that is mostly so I can like try to figure things out. Like, I know I'm not sure if I'm going to have 2 major characters share like a voice actor or anything, you know, along those lines. Like, I don't think I'm going to, like, do that, because that's going to give the individual voice actor a lot of work, because there's going to be a whole lot more lines for them to voice, compared to, like, if they voice 1 major character and then another character who only really shows up for, like, a few scenes in you know, 1 part of the story. So, like, for example, the sister-in-law for Lily, he might share a voice actor with one of the other characters. I mean, it's very likely that I might drag some of my fellow VTubers into possibly voice acting for the game if it gets to a point in the Kickstarter where I have reached that goal. And of course, I plan on adding plenty more Easter eggs to, if, you know, the Kickstarter gets to a point where it, like, there is at least a good amount of backers to it. So, like, I might, like, you know, have a, you know, end credit scene, or, like, have the credits include, you know, all of the backers. All of, you know, all of the voice actors and all that. Like, I'm probably, if the voice actors in question voice a lot of the characters that aren't, like, very significant to the plot, I'm probably just going to have them and be like, voice actor here as, and then list all the characters who they, you know, voiced in the story and game. So if, you know, if they kind of like voiced a bunch of, you know, background characters or that are unnamed, I'm probably going to have them be like, the credits for them be like this voice actor, her as various unnamed background characters. And yeah. That is kind of like something I want to do. If, you know, the story of Fazli's Revenge ever gets to a point where I, you know, can make a Kickstarter for it. Y'all will be assured that I will, if there is people in the community who are willing to, like, work on the story, I am going to recruit them into working on the game. Whether or not they are, like, beta testers, there's background voice actors, or just if they, like, added something significant to the story, or, like, helped me refine the mechanics of the game. And the credits are probably also going to include, like, you know, all of the softwares I'm likely gonna end up using for, you know, making the game. Like, if I go for a more pixelated art style, I'm going to have, like, depending on what I choose to do for the story, yeah, I'm probably going to have, like, certain softwares, like, you know, cited it and credited it in the credits, so that y'all can know exactly what I used in order to make the game. And there is, of course, probably going to be, like, several Easter eggs, like, depending on what tier of the Kickstarter or you decided to be part of. Like, if you are, like, one of the more expensive tiers, which I'm probably not going to make them too expensive, probably, like, something like the highest tier being, like, $50 in the Kickstarter. or like you get like a little doodle of yourself, or like your digital persona in the game, in the credits. So yeah. That is, you know, something that, you know, I can do. Because, you know, it's something that I can do. I kind of like, when I eventually am able to work on the game and I can get to a point in the, you know, making the game that I can like make goals for like a, you know, fundraising for my game in order to like make it more polished as a game. And I will, you know, add those goals. However, I need to actually develop the game first. And y'all can probably tell that I am nowhere near, or like possibly starting on, you know, the game at all. Like, I'm not even halfway through the actual story, the writing part. But I need to, you know, get the story written first before I can, like, possibly think of, you know, developing anything related to the actual game. Of course, I'm probably not even going to start off with Patchley's Revenge, and, you know, as a game. I'm probably going to start off with, you know, making a different game in RPG Maker. You know, like the prequel to the story of Patchley's Revenge, Lavender's Requiem. And for anyone wondering why a prequel? 1, because I can, and 2, it, you know, can help, like, give context to the story. Like, why does Patchley not really like her mom? Why do dogs cause her trauma to just go haywire? Just the story, yeah, of course, is still the story. But I think, like, making a game or like a prequel game to, like, learn the software or that I'm probably going to be using in order to, you know, make the game, it's probably going to be, like, my best shot before I, like, try to, like, go all in on game development when I know nothing. Essentially, I want to try and make Patchley's Revenge, the game, as high quality as I am able to, with, like, all the limitations I have, like my lack of experience in game development as an example. I never really made games before. In fact, I don't really know a lot of coding. Last time I really coded anything was in like middle school. So y'all can probably tell that I am inexperienced with, you know, a lot of things involving code. Of course, fortunately there are tutorials. And like if I'm able to, you know, before I graduate and stuff, I'm probably going to like take a class or two to learn how to code. Like, at the very least, learn a tiny bit of code before I like try to start on, you know, doing anything involving any significant amount of coding for the story and all that. But yeah, it is of course happening once, you know, I am at a point where I can, you know, begin working on games and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to try and have it published under a publisher. Because from what I've heard, game publishers can be kind of greedy with IPs and stuff. That, and, you know, they can be very strict when it comes to, like, deadlines. From what I've heard. So, it's very likely that I'm not going to, you know, try and bring my game to a publisher until I know I can, you know, add stuff. Like, add minor things to, you know, the story, to the game and stuff. And just make it as high quality as I know I am capable. I, you know, want to be able to kind of like make the game as high quality as I can. I want to make the art as good as I can. I want to make any animations as good as I can. And that involves me learning new things about art that I've been neglecting. I need to learn how to draw objects, backgrounds, and just things that I never really learned how to draw in the first place. I'm gonna make these a little higher up. Because they are kind of like encroaching on the eyes a little too much for my liking. I'm probably going to do an intermission in a teeny little bit. But, of course, I am, like, kind of in the zone right now when it comes to, like, making this. So, it's gonna take a bit for me to, you know, do the intermission. And, you know, I want to try and stream for as long as I'm able to today. And, you know, if that means, like, not taking breaks when I usually do in order to, like, do more drawing, then who really cares at this point? So... I think I'm gonna merge this down. And I'm going to add the horns. And CV, edit, transform, flip horizontal. And then we shift this to the other side. And so, try something like this. And then we erase what is being obscured by the horns. As the horns are, you know, opaque. Now we can merge those down into layer 1. And now we can work on the color. Or a little more. Why am I in the Transformers palette? Also, something y'all should know about me is that if I could, I definitely 100% and try to like stream myself do assignments. Like, if I could stream myself working on all of my assignments, I would. However, there is one problem. I don't want to risk doxing myself by accident because one of the big things about, you know, like, you know, school and stuff is that, you know, you usually have to, like, name your file, have your last name be in the file, or, like, if you share a name with someone in the class, has you add, like, your first initial or something. I don't know. I don't really have that experience because my last name is not really all that common in my area. Because it's German. But essentially, because of that whole naming convention, I can't really like show the name of the files on stream. I have to either change the file name or just obscure it through like cropping it out, you know, the file name. And because usually the file name is shown, you know, in the file as you are working on it. But there's also the issue of sometimes my assignments have the, name of my college on it. And that means I might accidentally dox the school that I am attending. Which is also very dame. It's very bad. Let's just say. So, because of that, I don't think I'm really going to, like, work on many of my assignments, during stream. And it involves a lot of just typing and reading textbooks. And I can't exactly make a lot of content out of that. Like, I can't really, like, make content out of just reading a textbook. Look for, my classes. I have to be at least somewhat interesting as a streamer. Like, I need to be at least a little bit interesting in my content in order to, like, do that stuff. Unfortunately, that means, like, working on quizzes and stuff while live is a no-go. I can probably, like, work on some of my typing assignments. Like, assignments that I type in on, like, LibreOffice. Like, I can probably, like, work on those. During my, post semester. Like, have that be, a streaming idea. However, the main issue is, the fact that it is, the assignments could lead me to accidentally dox myself on stream. And honestly, I don't think anyone wants that. That'd be a little weird. And, I don't want weird people to find my mom on Facebook. Because we, share a name. That'd be a little awkward, let's just say that. But yeah. Sorry about that. I am congested to hell. And just, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Now I need to figure out how I'm going to do this little chocolate milk thing. So, let's, I'm going to try to make it somewhat bigger. Like a little long as well. I wish I had a reference at hand and for the chocolate milk, but I don't. I am out of the individual chocolate milks. So, yeah. Most I'm probably gonna be able to do is, like, approximate what it looks like. Turn the opacity of that down. And, of course, we can never forget the lines of the chalky milk walks. Now, make the square, and then we just bring it down. And straight lines. Then I can erase this little part. And, yeah. I think I figured it out. At least a little bit. I'm gonna put this down with the sketch. The snow has melted a little bit. Which means hopefully there's less ice on the roads. And I can finally return to Costco to acquire my chocolate milks. I'd like to mention that, you know, I, kinda like, I am a chalky milk enjoyer. It's like one of my safe foods. Because I know it's something I can eat. Or drink in this case. And it usually is gonna taste the same. Unless it's like spoiled or something. Then it's just misery all around. But, of course, I didn't realize how low I was on chocolate milk. Until literally the night before. Where we, you know, got hit with a snowstorm. My parents were just like, are you kidding me? Because I am unfortunately like this more often than y'all think. Like, I usually don't really realize certain things until like it is a bit late for me to, you know, when I realize it. I'm gonna sketch this out again. And of course, the arm is going to be slightly obscured by Le Boopa. And and let's just Of course, this is going to be a somewhat shitty hand. But there will be creases. Because, you know, anatomy and all that. And so the sippy is real. Now we just need to erase parts of the milk box that are being obscured by the hand. And then we must erase the parts of the arm that are being, and the boob that are being obscured. So, yeah. The chalky milk sippy is now coming to fruition. Honestly, I'm really proud of, you know, how I did the design here. You know? Because, like, it's pretty complex. And, you know, I didn't really expect to, like, make a design this complex for, you know, my VTuber in the future. You know, y'all can probably see here with me that my current design is pretty simple. Like, outside of, you know, the most interesting part is just the curls. Well, let's just be honest here. The curls are, like, the main point of interest here. And, you know, the fact that I have black scleras on my model. Well, I guess. But for, you know... Oh, this thing here. The main point of interest is still the hair, but at least the hair looks way more interesting. Because it's, you know, tricolor. Because calicos. But yeah. Once I'm in my college-induced hiatus for the 7th time during my streaming career, I'm probably going to, like, work on some of my, like, other, you know, emotes that I have not worked on as of yet. Like, probably, like, for some of them, block out the animations. because some of my emotes are going to be animated. But yeah, it is, you know, a lot of the things that, you know, have doing. And I'm probably going to, like, spend a good chunk of my personal time outside of my semester, like, preparing for the write-a-thon. And, like, all the stuff that goes along with it. Because, you know, I don't know if I'm going to make the write-a-thon like a yearly thing. Probably like once I'm, you know, done with my schooling and stuff. I'll make it like a somewhat annual thing. And essentially just like probably spend that time I'm in the write-a-thon, you know, like working on the story. Because, like, from my experience, streaming myself working on my writing has helped me with, you know, getting it done. But probably, like, the next time I ever do a write-a-thon, it's probably going to be, like, me writing fanfic and stuff. You know, like Transformers fanfic, like, most likely. Like, especially if it's, like, something I'm being commissioned to write. And I'm probably going to, like, write it on stream. Unless there is a reason that I can't, you know, write it on stream. Then I won't be writing it on stream. Like, if the, you know, person in question does not want me to stream myself writing it, I'm probably going to, like, fulfill their wishes. Because then, you know, not stream myself write it. Because, you know, I want the client to be somewhat comfortable with, you know, my writing process. At least enough so that they know that their story, the story they want, is in good hands. Of course, because I, you know, eventually plan on opening up requests for, like, my fanfic writing. So, like, if I am, for example, if I have, like, a bunch of requests that I can just, like, work on while live, I can probably, like, just dedicate a whole stream to just working on fanfic requests. But, of course, that depends on whether or not I get any asks at all. In fact, I'm probably more likely to start setting up my VGen And for preparing for commissions, if anything. I mean, eventually I want to get verified on VGen because I really don't want to use PayPal. Like, I'm probably gonna have to convert it to a business account. And if anything. Because I don't want to dox myself on accident. Because, I mean, I could always, like, make a new email for, you know, my PayPal account. That is a little more professional. But I, of course, will have to, you know, go to it. And often to, like, check if I have any emails. Those and stuff. Oh, hi, girly! Magda has decided to come out. And she wants attention. What are you doing, girl? What are you doing, my little goily? I need to do art, girly. Maggie. She's like, I don't care. I want you. Because I love you. Mahuman. Magda is a very silly little girl. She's just the silliest little bean. Yeah, you're a silly little girl. I'm probably going to do an intermission so I can, like, give her the affection she wants. That and, you know, I'm starting to get a little bit of pain in my arm. So I'm probably gonna have to, like, do a somewhat long intermission. In order to, like, kind of recover. Because I've literally been drawing for, like, several hours straight. And my shoulder is hurting. Me shoulder. Me shoulder. It hurts. Ouchie, ouch. Yeah, once I'm done with, you know, making this emote, I'm going to do the intermission. Because I, need to give my arm a little break. From, like, just constantly, drawing. You know, for like an hour or two straight. Hi! Hmm? And Magda desires affection. And that means I have to soon give her that affection. Until she, like, decides to bite my toes. Or my fingers. Be like, hey! You're ignoring me! You. What are you doing, little girl? Stretch. I'm going to grab this. Which, for those who weren't here like a few years ago when I started using Clip Studio Paint, that is one of the first ever emotes I made in that, like, software. Alright. Oh, I just realized I forgot to do that. So... And... I'm going to try and get this, like emote done before I do an intermission. Because, you know, I kind of want to make sure this is done before I, like, work on anything else. And, I can't really get this done and too much if, you know, my pain is kicking my fucking ass. So I'm just gonna do the drawing until, it's done. Well, I have Magda staring at me, judging me for her daring to do something, you know, that isn't petting her. She fully knows that I am talking to y'all. And she's probably, like, judging me very hard. Because I am like socializing sort of with people instead of giving her affection that she oh so desires so deeply. But she is just a very silly girl. Hi. Yeah, you're very silly. She honestly just wants me to just stop whatever I'm doing and give her all the attention and that she wants. That's what she really desires. She's rubbing on my shoulder right now. Wub. Mags! Maggie! What are you doing? Are you being silly again? She's like, you're the silly one. Because you're not giving me affection. Or attention. So I am going to interrupt you. Heck you. You silly little kitty, y'all. This little itty bitty calico. She likes to bite me sometimes, by the way. Like, she will bite you. Because sometimes if you are not giving her pets, she's just like her mama. Her mom will also bite if you aren't petting her. Honestly, I do not know why either of them do that. But to be fair, they used to be strays. In the mean sweet. Chocolate milk indeed. But yeah, right now I'm just doing this despite my arm being in pain. Because my pain is chronic. But yeah. Magda! She's being silly. I think she was gonna try and jump on my PC. The silly Goyle. What are you doing? You're being silly. That's what you're doing. She knows she's being silly. The silliness is in her bones. She is eternally silly. Pain and psychological? No, as in my arm is like aching and is mad at me. You know, the usual. Hashtag chronic pain. Chronic pain never stops. Even for a moment, it's always on that grind, for real, for real. Sometimes I wish it would stop. For like at least a fucking minute. What if I forget? Chronic pain will make itself known. You can never escape chronic pain. And I know for some of it, the only way I can like not experience the pain is if I have a surgery. And just completely fuck up my hormones. Like, early menopause, here I come. Some kind of, like surgery. Pretend I'm not paying attention and it will get sad. And if it gets sad, it just makes itself more known. Chronic pain all around. But yeah, once I am like done doing all the stuff for this emote, I am going to take a break to relax my arm. Because, you know, I occasionally need a break. Keyword occasionally. I will return to do this over again. But yeah. Also, in the future, I might, like, commission other people to, like, you know, make emotes for me. Because sometimes I, you know, want to see what my character will look like, you know, when not drawn by me. And sometimes the best way to do that is to pay someone. And the balloons. Money is used to pay for goods and services. Yeah. Once I am, you know, done with doing what I am doing today, y'all are probably not gonna see me until May. I will, like, disappear into the ether and then return from the ether with chocolate milk. But yeah. And when I say they return to the ether, or like go into the ether, I mean attending college classes and doing my college assignments. It's just how it feels sometimes. Sometimes though. Like, when I just, you know, have to abandon my chat for several months at a time in order to do all of my classes. It feels like I'm abandoning y'all. You know, a little bit. So I do indeed miss streaming whenever I am, you know, in college, teach classes and stuff. Like, if I could, I'd just stream him all the time, and when I'm, you know, capable. If my chronic pain decides to not, like, get the best of me. Which, I haven't had to cancel any streams due to chronic pain. Only sleep deprivation. But I know there will eventually be a day where, you know, I'm gonna be forced to either end a stream early or just straight up cancel a stream because of my chronic pain. I don't like that the day is going to arrive at one of these days. But at the very least, I have medication that I can use. You know, to, like, curb some of that pain. But, of course, eventually I will have to just deal with the pain in a way that medication can't really help me with. Like, if I have no more access to my birth control, I know I'm going to be just fucked. Because the birth control is like the one thing preventing my endometriosis from getting worse. Like literally just the little patch that is on my stomach is the one thing preventing me from just like keeling over and dying. I feel like I'm dying. So yeah. Chronic pain. It sucks ass. But yeah. Luckily, because I am, you know, on birth control, like on the patch, I can like kind of like choose the, you know, the like sort of like the general time proximity where I have my period. And that is basically, you know, because I put it on every week. And sometimes when especially if, you know, I feel heavy down there, I will take the patch off. And I'm probably going to time it so that I have my period during my spring break, which is in like a few weeks. Like literally the third week of my semester is going to be my spring break. So I'm probably going to like have my period hit then. It'll have a no patch week by that time. That hopefully for the rest of the semester I don't have to really deal with it. Hello, my little girl. Yeah. Maggie. She's being silly. She's obscuring chat. Maggie. You're so silly. Mags. I kind of need my drawing tablet. Hit my little girl. She's being silly. Because when is she never silly? But yeah. I'm gonna... Probably like in a few minutes I'll actually do the intermission before I like finish this, you know, like emote. Because, you know, I probably need to like take a break anyway. I'm overdue for one, I think. So once I'm, you know, kind kind of done. I'm doing a little bit of this and that. You know, all these cinemajigs. I'm gonna, you know, do my intermission. And then I shall return after like 10 or so minutes. So hopefully a little more refreshed. There we go. And, you know, once I kind of like get all this done, then I'll, you know, end stream, and the hiatus will be in effect until it is no longer in effect. And that means I'll have to change my offline screen to the hiatus, his PNG. And just, yeah. I just have a lot of things I need to do over the next few months. And once it's done, then I'll be able to return. So to streaming once again. So yeah. That is what I shall be doing. Over the next few months. And once, you know, my hiatus is over, I'll be really starting the debut preparations for, you know, my 2.0. And hopefully y'all will be able to witness the wonderful 2.0 chaos that will happen. Hopefully without as much scuff. So compared to, you know, last time, and when I did my, you know, debut of this model. That went a little disastrously. From, you know, what I remember. So, yeah. The Maggie Moog is being very silly as per usual. Mags! Magda, no! God damn it. Magda! What are you doing? Why? Criminal. Criminal. Look at me. You're being a criminal. He was trying to get onto this floating shelf. Like the little criminal she is. This cat, I swear. And she's back! At it again! You know what? Fuck it, I'm just going to do my intermission now. I'll return in like 10 or so minutes. Be right back. I'm back, Eborinyang. I took a little break, used the bathroom and all that. And now we return to drawing. Because, of course, we must return. To doing art. Because art is part of life. And now... fishing is so cool. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why people love web fishing. But yeah. I'm not going to use my favorite little brush thingy I have. Mostly because, like, I don't want to bother, like, working on this a little more than I really have to. I've already gotten, like, 2 hours on this anyway. So I think I'm just, like, gonna try and, like, you know, do a little bit of shortcuts in the art. Probably just, like, maybe work on the highlights and stuff. And then just, like, consider it done. Not what I meant to do. Wait, that is the line art. Alright. But yeah. So right now, the snow has kind of like melted a little bit, so it's a little more safer to drive now. But of course, I don't think I'll be able to ask my parents if they can go to Costco to pick up my chocolate milks. Even though I'm pretty much out of them. Because fortunately, I have a different one that I like that is in the house. And, you know I like it, so I can survive with it. Unfortunately, I have to pour it into my own glass. Which, as I am a dyspraxia haver, is a little difficult. Because I am a person who might spill stuff on accident. Let's just say that I am a spill hazard. But in human form. So yeah. If you are ever going to give me like a drink or anything, please make sure there's a straw. because I don't want to accidentally make a mess. I'll probably like end up providing my own straw, if anything. So yeah. I wish I could group some of my color palettes together. Like, you know, based off of, you know, theme and stuff. But eh. So yeah. Now I must draw a singular pupil. Because only one of the eyes can really be seen here. And now highlight. And now to do the rest of the highlights. But yeah, once I'm, you know, done doing all some of the stuff I want to do here, I'm gonna end stream and induce the little hiatus thingy. Because, you know, this is the last stream before the hiatus, and I need to, you know, announce that. You know, the fact that I'll be on hiatus for quite a bit. Until, you know, like the month of May. And of course, once, you know, we're in the second week of May, I'll be able to return. You know, to streaming once again. And I'm gonna try harder a little bit, you know, after my hiatus to kind of like push for affiliate. Because, you know, I want to be able to do more fun things. Because that can only really be done if I am, at affiliate. And other than that, it's just stuff I have to deal with. I want to try and, hopefully with, my 2.0 model being way better and higher quality than my 1.0 and this model, I'll be able to, like, keep more viewers who's captivated with, a good model that isn't just, like, a rushed little thing and that barely has any physics. I wish y'all could really comprehend the physics folder for the 2.0. There is a lot. Let's just say that. But fortunately, it should, look way better than, the current one I'm using right now. I'll probably, like, for the, debut of the old model, the debut of the 2.0, I'm probably gonna, like, do a whole, like, little ceremony thing to, like, celebrate the, new model while approaching at high speeds. Of course, I need to schedule when the debut happens. And, do some preparations. Like, make a little post. Like, inciting people to, like, really witness the model. Like, probably, like, make little posts. Like, little shorts and stuff of me, like, messing around with the model a little bit. With, the toggles and stuff. Just try and, show some of, like, make a little bit of hype towards, the new things. And, new beginnings is for my channel. Of course, I have to finish the model and, like, I probably need to, like, tweak some things with the physics. That is something I know I have to do. But, of course, that will happen once I have the time. And, I don't think I'm gonna have the time during my semester. But after the semester, I will likely have the time. Of course, that kind of hinges upon, like, a lot of things in my life. Like, hopefully I don't have to attend another funeral during when I, plan on debuting the model. That would kind of suck. If I, have a planned day to debut the model, but then, oh no, someone in the family died and now you have to attend a funeral. Like, that is gonna suck. If, you know, that happens. But hopefully, since, you know, I'm gonna try and make sure that I can, you know, debut the model when I, you know, schedule it. I'll likely, like, post the, like, day of the time that the debut will likely happen in the Discord and on Blue Sky. And maybe Tumblr too, I guess. But yeah. It is, you know, a lot of the things I need to do. And a lot of it hinges upon if I'm able to do it all in time. Because I know that sometimes things might not go the way I want them to. And I have to, like, make new additions to the model very quickly. But hopefully that doesn't happen, you know, when I debut this model in the summer. But, yeah. So, I feel like I like making little teasers for my model. And, like, probably, like, uploading clips from, you know, my Twitch to YouTube and Blue Sky. It's probably, like, going to be the best bet I have. In terms of, like, making stuff that can help people from other places, you know, discover me. But of course, I have to, you know, make those clips first. Because I know that I only really have, like, 2 clips uploaded onto YouTube. One of them is, of course, a long-form video because it's, like, 4 minutes long. And the other is, like, the time I literally just destroyed a candy cane and by accident. And just reacted maniacally to the fact that I broke it. If any of y'all, like, remember that at all. I'm sure some of y'all do. It's one of the feature clips. It's, you know. So, yeah. But yeah, once of course I am done with my college stuff, I will return to streaming. But, you know, making of short form content is mostly to just keep me preoccupied with something. You know, for the, you know, many, like, 10 weeks that I won't be streaming. Actually, I'm gonna try something here. It pretty much has the same effect. So, a little bit of highlights. A little subtle. Make the skin a little shiny. And, you know, give context to some of the shadows. But yeah. This is probably not going to be, you know, the best, like, emote that I have. But it's at least something. I still have a good chunk of emotes and stuff that I have to, you know, make into, like, I need to do the line art and stuff for them. And others I need to, you know, start making. But of course, a good chunk of the emote making is probably going to end up being reserved for when I, you know, am no longer actively in a college semester. Like, once May 9th arrives and I am done and have no other things to do, that is probably when I'm going to start, like, doing some of the animated emotes. Also, I'm probably going to remake the server icon, because I think right now it's literally just either my profile picture currently, or it's like a picture of one of my cats. It's probably a picture of one of my cats. Hello, Blow! How are you? I am rendering. A thing. You as well? Glad you as well, indeed I will. How is you? I'm doing quite well. My shoulder is kind of hurting, but that's because I've been drawing. I was drawing for like hours, several hours straight. And of course, drawing for several hours straight can sometimes mean you have pain in your shoulders. So yeah. But other than that, I've been doing quite well. Of course, sometime earlier, the little goily, he was like interrupting in my drawing, you know, and stuff. Cause she is vast, yippee. The silliest of goilies. Currently working on your third chapter. Hey, that's cool. That's nice. Hopefully you'll be able to complete it in a reasonable time frame. Right now I'm kind of like just doing some final touches to the sippy emote before I like consider it done. I'm mostly just like using the blur tool on all of this stuff. But yeah. I'm soon gonna be able to have all of the emotes I'm working on done. And once they are all done, of course, I'm probably going to work on some of them, like, after my 2.0 model is debuted. Mostly because of, you know, the whole fact that, you know, when I'm actively in my semester, I won't really have a lot of time to, like, work on my, you know, streaming stuff. But anyway, I think this is done. And now I can cross off the sippy emote from the to-do. And yeah. I'm probably gonna go for like another hour or two. Or like whether or not my hunger decides to get the best of me. Mostly because of like hunger. But I'd like to think that this emote is done. And now I have another one that I have to work on. And some of these I forgot to, like, do the front curls. So I have to do them. There's also something I need to remake. Like, I need to remake this flirt emoji. Like, emote that I made, like, a long time ago. This was, of course, made before the 3.0 for Clip Studio Paint. So the time on it is not there. But yeah. Some of the emotes I have, I plan on like trying to remake them. Like, I'm probably going to remake this one into like the kitty shown here in the panel base. Because this was kind of like meant to be a reference to the autism creature. But yeah. So I think I'm going to just work on more of the, you know, other emotes a little bit. Like, so like here. And this is kind of like, you know, a stare emote, or like a neurons activated emote. Now I can like show it, spam it in the chat if your neurons activate. By, you know, me mentioning something. Oh, that interests you a lot. And of course, we can't forget our lovely little frontal curls. And just, yeah. The eyes are probably going to be pretty simple because I plan on like having this little light up thingy. So it's gonna be pretty simple. Like, maybe like make some harsh shadows. And that sort of stuff. So yeah. And of course, once I, you know, I'm done doing all this, I'm going to like do my intermission. I'm just working on some gestures for these emotes. Until then. I forgot that I don't have a upper canine. So here we go. I'm probably gonna make it a little bigger on the screen. I'm probably going to like use some of the... I'm probably going to open up Live 2D and like reference that. Head for like some of the tilts over here. Oh, for like the body and all that. So like that. And that. And this is kind of like a hee 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 emote, you know, whenever you feel like going hee 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 hee. Just, you know, the mischief. Because sometimes we just need a little bit of more, we need more mischief in our lives. Actually, I think I might make this a little bit of a teaser for, like, the other outfits that I plan on having. For, you know, my, model in the future. So, like... And of course, once I'm done, you know, sketching all of these out, I'm probably going to, like, do my intermission. And, like... Of course, the tee emote here, I'm probably going to make the one version of it with, you know, the outfit that I currently have, and then, like, make the alternate for when I, you know, make, like, when I eventually make a concept for the new outfits, which, let's go here. So, there are a few emotes that I kind of, like, have planned. Well, no, not emotes. Like, new outfits that I have ideas for. Like, you know. Like this fancy new little outfit thingy. Which is probably, like, going to be a reference to, you know, the ritual that she has to go through. Swimsuit, which is probably just going to be a joke outfit. With, you know, the gag that I just am afraid of, I'm just terrified of water. And then this dress, which is what I'm going to be referencing in the tee emote. So... There's actually a dress I'm referencing here. It's from Mochi Pan. And I believe. Just let me go get it out. It's their Starry Night jacket that I'm kind of... So the Starry Night jacket is what I'm referencing with the jacket here. And for the dresses, it's meant to be a reference to their Stardust strapped dress, which I honestly really like. It's very cute, but, you know, it kind of, like, has a bit of shearing, like, whatever it is called, like, below the bust, so it's a little more fitted for the boobs, and, like, helps accentuate them. I don't think I'm going to, like, copy it one-to-one, because, you know, the only thing I really want to take from it is, like, the silhouette. Like, nothing else really. Like, I just want to... So... So I'm going to add a new layer here. And I'm going to make it kind of like simplified version of the, you know, just the dress. And just kind of like you know, it's not going to be something like too big. You know, nothing like too unhinged or anything. Because I still want to try and, you know, keep this, you know, within, you know, the policies of Twitch. And also, I want to kind of like make sure this is something that I feel like I could wear in real life. It is, you know, kind of like my philosophy when it comes to like the outfits I'm making for my VTuber. Like pretty much all of my characters at this point. A lot of it is like to try and make the outfits somewhat realistic. And also, if it's something I feel like I would wear in real life. Like, would I be comfortable wearing this piece? So, like, this is mostly for, like, my VTuber model. Well, but, of course, I want to, like, prioritize comfort. Or, like, you know, the whole, like, thing over here. So, there are going to be 2 straps. I might make them thicker on my character. You know, like, kind of like over here. And then there's a sweetheart neckline. And, like, a little bit of shearing over here. And then this part is, you know, the skirt. So, this is, of course, going to be just a concept. And, you know, I'm probably going to, like, add this outfit to, like, sometime next year to the model. Once I figure out how to, like, do that in, you know, Live 2D and VTube Studio. So, this is just going to be for the dress. You know, nothing more, nothing less. So, essentially, the main thing I want to try and do with this is, like, I'm going to try and make it so that it contrasts with the, you know, character, so that it doesn't, like, blend in too much. You know, with everything. So I'm probably going to keep the dress very simple with the colors. Like, maybe have the dress be, you know, the color of the pupils. Oh, as like a base color. Of course, I'm very unlikely to like make any like actual gowns for the model because I probably need to like increase the dimensions of the model in order to like make that a little more feasible. But because of that, so this is probably like, I'm either going to go with that or, you know, like make it a black dress. Like, just make it all black. And then have like extra details and stuff that, you know, make it pop. But, of course, that all hinges upon like what I want to do with like the theming of the dress. Because, of course, I am probably going to like make several different like possible things about it. Like maybe like there is, you know, a little bat hat design and on the center. Like here for like as a bit of a focal point. So for the outfit. And probably like repeat that design throughout the rest of the dress. Like, you know, make it a pattern. And this is probably going to be a way for me to mess around with physics a little bit. But I am going to start my intermission again. I know I promised my dad to do something with him, but it's gonna have to wait a little bit. Or I can probably like just go outside and start doing some shoveling. And then like return to stream and make myself a little snack. You know what, I'll probably go do that. Be right back! Hello. I have gone outside. Apparently my dad already shoveled the driveway, so... But he gave me the task of just cleaning off the windshield and stuff on the other cars. So I did a little bit of that for like a few minutes. But damn, is it cold outside. I should have worn my boots. But yeah. I have done that. And now I'm going to do a consume of the snackies. Because I need calories. I need to stave my hunger a little bit. At least until dinner happens and stuff. So I'm gonna mute myself as I eat, and we'll just do a bunch of this. Alright, I am done eating. And so, we shall return to doing this sort of stuff, I guess. So right now I'm kind of like just making the proper sketch. You know, for the emote here. The teehees. And right now I'm kind of like just trying to get the anatomy. At the very least, the hand is what I wanted to kind of like address. And that one nail. Also, I know it's very unlikely that anyone is really going to notice the detail of the nails. But this is mostly for like my sake. Because I want to add the detail. This is, after all, my art. For my channel. So I get to do what I want. And this is like just so I can know what I'm gonna be doing with the sketch here. And I'm making sure I get the anatomy correct. Well, at least a little bit. But yeah. Once I, of course, return. Once I, end stream, I'm probably going to, like, continue doing the task I was doing during my intermission. But wear actual boots. Because, I was just wearing my slip-ons. That went a little disastrously. Where my feet are cold. I'm gonna have the, eyes turned up a little bit. So I can really sell the little hee 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 hee. So, yeah. I just really want to sell the fact that this is a little hee hee emote. Like the hee 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 hee. Of course, some of the other emotes I am going to be doing, like, during my hiatus. And, of course, y'all probably won't be seeing those as I won't be streaming much during the hiatus, if at all. But of course, you know, I want to at least make progress on certain stuff so that, you know, when I'm at a point where I can work on this sort of thing while during my hiatus, I am able to somewhat reasonably do it. You know, like this stuff, for example. I doubt I'll be able to like make a lot of progress on, you know, all of this, you know, during my hiatus. But at the very least, I can and work on them to a point where they are at least somewhat presentable. Again, it'll do for the current things I need to do. And, you know, that sort of stuff. But, yeah. Other than, you know, all that, it's probably just gonna be the whole hiatus thing. Just don't expect a lot of content from me for the next few months. At least long form content like streaming. I'm probably going to end up making a bunch of shorts and stuff during this time. Because, you know, that is something that I can do in order to, like, occupy the times in between assignments. Just like, you know, doing things that I want to do, and doing things that I don't really want to do, but I have to do for the sake of, you know, getting my degree, and hopefully being able to graduate as swiftly as I'm able to. And just, I want to hopefully, you know, get everything done in a somewhat timely manner. You know, if my schedule allows me. You know, to do certain things. Like, y'all probably won't see me streaming a lot during in the next few months. But if I am in a stream, it's probably like because I'm dragged into a collab. though the likeliness of me being dragged into a collab is next to zero. Like, I'm not that popular. Or, you know. We gotta set a bit of reasonable expectations. But yeah. When, you know, my hiatus is over, I'll be returning to streaming. And hopefully, you know, in the next few years, I'll no longer have to force myself to go on hiatus. Just for whenever I, you know, have to go get my education. Like, hopefully within the next few years, I will have graduated from college. And I'm now free to, like, just do this all the time. And, you know, just be able to be a full-time streamer. As a full-time creature. And just be free to be me.
I want to wake free. I want to wake free.
I just, you know, want to be able to make content more often. But until I no longer have to do school stuff, I am kind of like gonna be stuck in this loop of, you know, streaming for like a few months and, you know, taking hiatuses is for like up to 15 weeks at a time. In order to like attend classes and, you know, do stuff involving, you know, my grades, so I don't like fail disastrously and end up being kicked out. I'd like to, you know, be able to graduate without like having to worry too much about my grades. But yeah. This is gonna be the last y'all will really see of me for a while. Because the next time y'all will probably see me, it'll be in a few months from now. And just, I wanna be able to like, hopefully I'll be able to work on my assignments and stuff and be able to submit them all on time. But of course, knowing me and my ADHD, the likelihood of that happening is unlikely. Or if I am, it's just I do it somewhat inconsistently. I'm basically gonna try and do all of my assignments early. Like, as early as I can reasonably do them. And, like, if I am able to finish a class early, like a month or so early, and then have more time to just dedicate to my other classes, finish those early, and then I just need to do my photography class. That's until I am done with my semester. Then cowabunga, I guess. And also, something I'm going to do, once I am done with the hiatus, is that I'm going to try and start, or like, doing a little more, or different kinds of streams. I'll try and find my niche in this part of Twitch. Because, I know I do sort of have my niche as, like, kind of a cozy streamer. But I think I could, like, do something more. Like, I know I want to stream myself playing Baldur's Gate 3. And maybe, like, the other Baldur's Gates. If I can kind of get them to work. But, yeah. That is kind of like what I'm gonna do. And once I'm, in my hiatus, I'm going to slowly bring forth all of the new assets I've made it into Streamlabs. Actually, most of them are done, so I can just, like, plop them in. At least when it comes to, like, the overlays. Like, other than, like, just the overlays and stuff, other than most of the overlays, some of the stuff I have to do is just incomplete. And, it's kind of like just... I want to be able to, like, do things again. Like, I mean, I'm probably going to, like, occasionally hop into the Discord or to like chat with y'all, and like we can just individually do things together. However, I'm probably going to like spend this hiatus just doing things, like working on all of my high assignments and then like trying to get them done to a point where I just only need to worry about the in-person class I have in terms of like what I need to do. And yeah, that is kind of like just what I want to do. So over the like, next few months that I'll be, unable to like really stream all that much. Because of, college and all that. Sometimes I wonder if it's like really worth like it was really worth like even starting streaming when I did back in 2022. But honestly, even if I don't get to affiliate But until after I graduate from college, honestly, it's still kind of worth it to me. A sports, it's in the game. But yeah. I'm probably like just gonna like do you know, while I'm in my hiatus, I'll just focus on doing my classes and stuff until I am eventually able to kind of return to streaming without having to worry too much about, you know, if I have an assignment due or anything along those lines. So yeah. But yeah. I think I'm actually... Let me check something. I can continue on for a little while longer. But, yeah. I honestly just, like... Even though I wish I could, like, just stream unimpeded by, like, college and stuff, that's not gonna happen until, like, the future. I just know it's gonna be unrealistic until I know I am capable of graduating. So, yeah. Until I know for sure that I am capable of graduating with my degree, fully expect, like, me to be on hiatuses, like, twice a year at minimum. Like, I am going to, at the very least, be unable to stream for, like, 30 weeks of the year. I just realized that 30 weeks is basically just the majority of the year. And just... that just really shows how much time have I been just having to deal with college. Like, Homegirl has not really had a lot of good time to, like, really build an audience. Because of, you know, the whole college thing. And hopefully once I'm able to graduate with my degree, I won't be so unimpeded, but so impeded by, you know, college. And I'll be able to stream for more often, I suppose. You know, I really want to be able to stream more frequently. But of course, I have to go through the hurdle known as getting my degree. And, you know, since, you know, I have to do, like, all this stuff. I mean, I'm really glad that, you know, y'all are here sometimes. A lot of the people in my chat like come and go. Oh, simply due to the nature of me having to, you know, be on hiatus like for most of the year. But hopefully in the future, once I am, you know, at a point where I can graduate and have my degree, I will no longer need to just be on hiatus for most of the year, or like only really stream during, you know, the winter and spring breaks. You know, due to the nature of just being a streamer while being a student. You know, I'm fully aware that, you know, I could, like, you know, stream during my semester, but given, you know, the fact that I usually need to medicate in order to do my streams for as long as I'm able to, and that I also kind of like know that if I can't really like modify my schedule too hard or to, you know, accommodate both, you know, streaming and schooling and at the same time, I just decide to not really stream at all. Or if I do stream at all during my semester, it's like once a week at the most. Like once or twice a week. Because usually like I'll go in and spot when I'm, you know, actively in a semester. That is usually the best amount time for me to, you know, be able to like work on my assignments enough, and also be able to at least make content and by streaming, you know, without like having to like take too much time away from like, you know, doing a lot of this stuff. Essentially, if I could, I would 100% and not be in college and just be streaming. But I kind of have to be in college. That, and you know, I'm in my 3rd year of college and I can't really like just abandon in my major, because I still like my major, or you know, and it helped me like learn some stuff that I probably wouldn't have really learned otherwise. So yeah, this is probably going to be last y'all are gonna see of me somewhat consistently for a few months. At the very least, this is going to be the last I'll be really seeing until, you know, May happens and I can return, you know, to streaming at a regular schedule. But yeah. It is, something, I guess. I at least know, the approximate times that, I will not be live streaming at all. And, because of that, I at least know that at least for a good chunk of the year, I might not be able to stream. But I do know that for the remaining time of the year that I am capable of streaming, I feel like it's kind of worth it in my eyes. Like, even if I can't really stream for like most of the year, I at the very least know that, some of y'all might be waiting for me. Like, even if, I'm gone for like weeks at a time, I know some of y'all will still be waiting for me. Even if it truly feels and is an eternity that I am gone, I know some of y'all will be waiting for me to return. And I'll have to leave again. And y'all will be waiting for me to return again. And such is the life of being a streamer in college. But then, once I graduate with my degree, I know that y'all are going to be so excited for me to be able to stream way more often during the year. Because, honestly, the idea of me being able to stream more than just like a few weeks out of the year is just exciting as hell. And I can't wait until I am able to, do that. I just can't wait until I can be a full-time streamer. Like, I want to, show y'all stuff. I want to make things with y'all. I want to truly make progress on my original stories with y'all observing me during all of the trials and tribulations. I just want y'all to witness me, make things. Because sometimes it's better to make things when you have people who are there to kind of encourage you to do such things. And even if some of the people who first watched me way back then, back in 2022 when I first started, even if they are, no longer here, I at least have them in my memories as, people who interacted with me, despite me being, not always there. Even if I was silent most of the time, and like when I, during my first few years of, streaming, I know that they, at least watched me during the time, and that I, did that. Of course, I have learned to not be as quiet as a streamer. Or, you know. But, of course, old habits die hard. And I still often, like, just not speak all that often. And even when I'm live. Because, you know, that's what happens sometimes. I am more comfortable being quiet than I am, you know, like, talking, you know, often and infrequently. It's just, silence comes more naturally to me than it does to some others. Unfortunately, as a streamer, it's a little hard to kind of attract an audience when you don't really speak all that often. But, you know, I kind of like, I appreciate y'all who were here, even if y'all are, you know, not here physically. You're not here when I am live, and you are just watching through the VODs. I still appreciate y'all. You know? I mean, I know that I kind of stream at an opportune time and for my time zone, because during my time zone, the time I start going live is usually when people are like at work or in their lunch breaks, and that probably like hasn't really helped me much in growing my audience, like, domestically, if that even really mattered in the first place. But, yeah. I know that eventually I am going to, you know, be able to stream at later times. Like, eventually I will be able to somewhat afford to mess up my sleep schedule a little more. You know, often. Like, I will soon be able to afford to, like, stay up until 6 in the morning. You know, without, like, having to, like, worry about, like, any of my classes. Because soon I won't be in any classes. I say soon, but that isn't gonna happen until a few years from now. But eventually I will be able to, like, be, you know, here more often. And besides, I really like being able to stream when I'm able to. It's just, mostly it's because I don't know, it's just, I appreciate those who are here to hear me info dump about stuff or just be weird. And I appreciate y'all for that. You know? Even if, you know, it is a little hard for me to be super consistent in streaming every weekday of the year. I know I can't do that. That would be unreasonable of me at this time. However, I know that in the future it is going to be reasonable and something I can realistically do. But of course, I have to wait. I have to do these hiatuses. is every few months. For like a good chunk of the year, I have to essentially wait until I am able to graduate from university in order to really consider, being able to just be full-time. And, of course, this doesn't include if I ever want to, like, pursue college again in the future. And honestly, that is just a problem for future me if she decides to do that. Now let's be honest. But, yeah. That is pretty much gonna be all. This is just going to be me for now. In fact, let me go. Let's talk face to face. I appreciate everyone who was here throughout my little stunt here, or as a streamer. I appreciate those who were here in the beginning. I appreciate those who are here now. And I'm going to appreciate those who come here in the future. Or when I am done with this hiatus. And more people discover me when they are in their breaks from, doing stuff. Of course, I am, I doubt that I am going to be able to become a full-time streamer within the next year. I have to, of course, spend time doing all of my college stuff. But that is pretty much going to be... This is all that I'll be doing for now. My Twitch is already set on vacation mode. So there will be no scheduled streams from the 24th of February to the 9th of May. And that is simply because I, don't really have a lot of time. I won't have the time to stream every day, during my semester. I do want to stream, as often as I can. That is something I want to do. However, that is just not feasible for me at the moment. I can't really do that right now. As a creator. But more importantly, as a student, I can't really sacrifice that time. Also, y'all can really see the cursedness of my model. Because of, the interior is showing up when it's not meant to. But, yeah. I will return eventually to streaming. Whether or not I decide to stream during whenever I have the time, during the semester, or if I just wait until after my semester is over. I am, of course, going to be here. I will still be here. And it's just the only thing stopping me is other commitments. But anyway, I'm going to see if there's anyone I feel like raiding into. Actually, I think I'm just going to end stream. And in the future, or once, y'all are able to, see me again, I will return stronger than ever, more autistic than ever, and hopefully more energetic than ever in terms of my model movement. And hopefully not as scuffed. So, yeah. I'll be seeing y'all in May. Bye, everyone. I'm gonna miss y'all so much.